suppression, the use of marijuana.
Yo, what up? I'm back. Back on here. Took a couple of days off from working on some of these personal projects to finish some of my actual work and jobs and things that I do on the side. But I'm back on here today after those few days off, and I'm gonna continue to work on this. I did some stuff offline, so I've definitely made a lot of progress in terms of this last feature that I was building out. Got a lot of it wired up. Just, it's always the little things that add up the most. Getting the core feature in is typically fine, but then you got to really start kind of hammering out and figuring out these small details, which typically takes up a lot more time than you kind of plan to. But without getting too much into it, let's just kind of hop right into it and see where I left off. So like I said, I managed to basically wire up the majority of my collective functionality. I handled a lot of edge cases and scoping, and all the posts and profiles are feature complete. Oh, this is him. Let me go here. Yeah, so last thing I wired up the last couple days is basically my whole invitation flow and managing invitations and notifications and working out all those small little details that you don't necessarily think of when you're first setting out to implement a major feature like this, but takes up quite a bit of time, honestly. But I managed to basically wire all that up. For the most part, there's some little edge cases and things I need to touch up and fix, but for the most part, it functions exactly how I wanted to. Invitations work. I added some gating in terms of limits and, guards against that. And yeah, I set up. You can change roles. You can invite people. You can revoke invitations. You can manage your invitations. Yeah. So overall, it looks really good in terms of all of that. I think the next thing I really need to wire up is leaving an organization, which for the most part I think is here. All right, let me come here, add another account. All right, so yeah, I don't see this because I am not an owner or admin of that collective, so I cannot take control of that. That's the last thing I also wired up, but I can still come here. So I'm going to add a button here that will allow a user or member to actually leave this organization. Figure out where I want to place that exactly. All right, let's do this. Let's come here, go to collective, my share dialog. All right, there's a lot of buttons going on here. So here's member. It's my manage button. All right, that's my switch. Session and is okay, cool. So let's do this. Let's come here. Say you're a member and session. Let's reverse this. Let's go session. Let me go button. Just say for now
this is saying then is that just
All right, let's try that.
don't know how you manage
Cool.
to be conscious,
But let's go.
shape this body of yours. That doesn't mean to say that
See, my share button is a
you don't know
default.
how the universe
Is active.
constellates the constellation and galactifies the galaxies. You don't know.
Secondary.
I mean to say that you aren't doing it in just the same way as you're breathing without knowing how you breathe.
All right, let's do this. Figure out what this id admin is. It's member equals owner or okay. Over. Cool. So let's do that, and then. All right, this should only be for and. So if I want to switch and say here, I switch to collective. Cool. So to leave, I have to actually come here and then. And then John Doe is switch here. All right, let's clean this up. So this should not be able to see this. Let's go manage. All right, current member role. Actually, don't know why it keeps doing this. Here, let's do. All right, current member role, and then let's grab that and. Only the owner can delete this. All right, cool. Let's come here. Then it's deleting, it's submitting. All right, let's put this here. Let's go const is owner. And let's place you here. Owner. Icky sicky. Bro, just 5 code, you're gonna get left behind. Okay, bro. Are you a coder? Are you a programmer? What have you built? Where's my trigger? Is that not showing? Oh. Disabled. And actually, let's just hide this whole thing. Let's go. Let's put this here. Place you here actually, and then um, all right. I'm gonna tell it to. That's much better. Yeah. Let's remove that. If you're not an owner, you should not be able to see that. You can manage invitation, you can manage members. I have all that gated based on roles already. Leave, change. Sure, that leave also needs to be wired up, I believe. So let's come here. Manage members. Remove label is leave, and then on click on remove. All right, so I'm gonna make this in dialog. All right, let's come here. This needs to launch a dialog, which I'm gonna make a component to confirm that that's what you want to do. Same with this. I need a confirmation dialog here. Let's do that. Let's go to remove is somewhere. On remove, so it's gonna be handle remove is what it's gonna be. And this bookmark. Owners can't remove another owner. Off client organization, remove. Might just pass that down into an action. I haven't decided. Alert dialog. If intent equals leave, current member dot role. This is my actions. Yeah, it's my action function. So if intent equals leave, current member owner. Got a bookmark. Owners cannot leave this collective. auth API leave. Set active organization to null. Redirect to accounts as collective school. Actually, fetcher has tags, Lionel, on leave collective, form data, intent to leave, and then submit with fetcher. Expected corresponding closing tag for JSX fragment is somewhere that's not working. Alright, so that's some errors. So let's fix these errors. Definitely broke something on decoding, which is weird. All right, so I'll come here. Let's go to manage. Oh, let's come here. Should say leave. Let's see. Paste you here. All right, cool. So now I want to come here. Let's switch. Let's see it from this perspective. Cool. All right, now let's switch back. Switch into this one. All right, cool. And then use collective, use exit, and be switch back to your personal account. All right, cool. All right, let's place this into its own component. This component. Component and reuse in the members. For handling of members. All right. So that should refactor this as well into there, so I can basically use the same dialog for removing a member or also removing myself from this as well. But it works, launches dialog, asks for confirmation, and you can actually leave. Okay, that's good. You can manage that. All right. Let's keep these settings, and then gonna come in here basically and replace. It's here. It's gonna replace this with that drop down. All right, cool. So what else do I need? Looks fine. All right, that looks good. Come here. All right, so those look good. And let's say I go to search. Okay, that looks good. Then come here. Work. All right, so let's change my search mode. I need to clean that up. Let's come here. I want to actually move this. All right, so this can come here. Place you there. So now when I search, I want it to be a little bit higher. Members, collectives right here. Post, collections, that's cool. All right, so let's see what it did. So it created a destructive confirmation dialog that I can reuse anywhere because it's all just based on props. And it changed this. Should have brought it here. Title. Cool. And come to members. Set removing is removing. That's going to get passed down to the actual members role component. If it's current user, if it's not, removing, unselect, log out. All right, cool. So the last thing I need to do is add a loader. Oh, there's a loader. Cool. That margin right. Managing. All right, cool. So when I come in here, it should be the same. Get that confirmation. Remember, we'll lose access. Same as here. Come here. Leave. You'll lose access. Cool. So that component is set up. Now it's actually test out leaving or removal. Come here. Remove. Member is removed. And then if I were to switch into that member, I should see that I'm no longer part of that. All right, cool. I come here, not there. Then let's come back, sign in as them, switch. Send another invitation back to that person. Get that notification. Go view. It's also in my notifications. Invited you to join. It's also scoped. Come back, go to accept. Switch back here. As a user, I get that notification that they joined. Great. And when I switch into the actual collective, I should also still get that notification, and I did. And then if I go to my postmark, I should get that invitation. You invited to join. Cool. So all that's wired up in it. It's working pretty well. And then let's come here and let's go here. Switch in, go manage. Get that confirmation, but then let's also remove you here. Let's go leave, and I'm redirected back to the collective school. So all that works. And then if I were to come to here, I wouldn't see it in my list anymore. And then if I were to go to my profile, I wouldn't see it here either. All right, cool. So it looks pretty good. And then if I come to collectives, all right, looks pretty good. So then let's switch back again. Actually, might put a button here to invite, but I don't know yet. Let's see. All right, try this again. Let's go invite them again as admin. Just some dude 33. Man, what's up? How's it going? How's your day going? All right, so then if I want to switch back to this account, let's just check, get that notification as well. Go to view all, get those notifications, and my filtering works as expected. See my invitations, and it's also in my collectives. All right, so that's there. Let's accept this. And then once I go to this page to manage, I should see this again, and the ability to manage and invite other users should be the same. Let me find another invitation. Make sure that works. All right, and it does. Cool. So I still have those privileges. Invitation flow works pretty well. Account leaving and management of users works. I can switch people to different roles, and once they're admin, I can't obviously change that, but I can switch back into this user right here. Let's come. Just get those permissions. Now I can change it back to a member or an owner. All right, let's make them owner, and then I should be able to leave. Yep, so now I can leave because there's an owner, but I can't change my role if there is not one. So then let's come back. Let's change myself back to a member, and it works. Come back here, switch back into this. All right, try this again. Let's make them owner. Switch back. Let's go admin. I shouldn't be kicked out. I should still be. All right, cool. But if I switch back to a member, I can't. So let's go here. Just make them a member. All right, cool. Just some dude. You said going well. Using weekends, so I stay off to get my project close to MVP launch. Okay, that's cool. I forget exactly what it was. You said it was similar to what was it? That task management platform. Is that the one I'm thinking of? The SaaS that you were working on? Bond, man, what up? Over there on YouTube. Thanks for joining the stream. Dang, love to come across small creator streams, especially people who are learning stuff instead of just vibe coding. Man, welcome in. That's all we're doing over here, learning how to actually build things and learning the ins and outs of program coding. I'm not a vibe coder. I don't enjoy that process. I actually like building things. So yeah, if that's what you're looking for, I'm definitely a channel for you, man. Welcome in. And just some dude looking like I may get the internal role, but aside from another interview, I need to obtain clearance, which will require polygraph. Never done one before, so it'll be interesting. Yeah, I've never done a polygraph either. Kind of crazy that you have to do a polygraph for an internal role. But I guess you said you need clearance. I mean, that's crazy. I don't know if that's normal for companies to require polygraphs. I don't know exactly what field you're in. Maybe it is some like security security job or whatever. But yeah, it sounds a bit crazy. So I'm assuming that's what you're gonna take, and then try to set yourself up or look for other opportunities while you're doing that job. Because I remember last time we talked, you said you weren't happy with the down pay government contractor. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. All right, so as you can see, all my invitation and management of members is all wired up and guarded and working properly. Context switching is pretty airtight. I worked a lot on that the last few days, making sure that there's no leakage. That's a big kind of concern. But even as operating as that collective or basic group, you get the same functionality as others. You get messages, drone messages, which was kind of hard to actually wire up, but you can basically have your own messages. You can message your own members. You can message other collectives, all that wired up. All you can post, you can like, you can share on that. You get that full context. So I did a lot of work on this in terms of, gating things and making sure context switching is airtight. So I think I got that nailed down pretty well. Obviously, there's gonna be much more testing that needs to go on there, but there's a few other things I want to come back and kind of fix. And just some dude, all branches of military, they even have teams work with NASA. Nothing required any clearance. Okay. I mean, that's cool. It's exciting a little bit. I mean, are you excited about this new job or just taking it because you got to? And you said it's pretty much the same as what you're doing now? All right, so he wired up my dialogue. That works. I need to do something else. I forget what it was. Message interactions. Collective join settings. Oh, all right. So the major kind of feature set I wanted to do is basically allow anybody to join a collective if you have that set into your settings. Right now, it's all invitation based. So even though you have a pretty open group, I want to allow you to let users just kind of join as they want, basically making it open versus invitation only. But to do that, I am going to have to I think, hijack BetterOff's creation flow a little bit, because I think BetterOff's organization plugin only works on an invitation basis. I'm going to double check that, but let's see. Just dude, I'm excited to not have to start DoorDash to survive. That's always a plus. That's definitely always a plus. All right, so create an organization. Cool. Restrict who can create. Allows user to create organization. Option to function or further Boolean. I think I gated that. I don't know. Let me make sure I gated that. Should be only to creators. Yeah, I did. All right, allow user to create organization, async, cons creator role. User roles defined first. You have to be a creator, not a curator. There's no user, and if it's not email verified. So let's come back to schema. Let me make sure. Access request. Trying to think where I have my role set up. Aim. All right, that's weird. Weird. Check my DB. I'm pretty sure I have it set up. Should be only Image. Pretty sure it's my users to roles. Yeah, I think it's users to roles. Let me. Here it is. All right, so it is creator. And I think I said that it's been a while since I touched this. I think I said it in my creator. All right, here it is. Automatically assign the creator role. Insert by use ID. Insert into the roles table of creator. All right, cool. Otherwise, you default to curator, I believe. Not sure. All right, let's see. Just you said, but no, that must have been someone else's project. I don't think I shared it. I'm a bit secretive about it so far. Okay, yeah, it must have been somebody else because there's a few people that told me that they're working on a SaaS or some type of application. They're launching their MVP. So you said launching in Asia before US related billiards. I know I mentioned billiards too. I'm gonna do that. Flew out to yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I just thought that you were the one that was talking about that SaaS, but it must have been somebody else. So you're building an app related to billiards, huh? I'm interested. You're gonna definitely got to let me know a little bit more about that. Like, how far along are you? You said you're pretty close to launching it already for your MVP. Oh, I know I have it set up like that because I haven't even set up my curator, so I'll have to do that another time. Oh, all right. I'll be right back. I gotta make a call real quick. We'll be back in probably like. All right, I'm back. Doing some working on some other projects at the same time. Actually, that conversation was actually about Greenlight, my last SaaS application that just got put out and actually being used in real time right now, which is actually pretty cool. People are actually running projects on there. I'm actually running a few of my projects on there as well. So if you're new here and you haven't checked out Greenlight's in the top left URL, you should go ahead and check that out. I think it's pretty cool. People are already using it and building that up as the same time as I'm building this one out. But I'm back. Just some dude. I have some people spreading in Asia already. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Are you building out like a like how'd you build that out? Like how'd you get people kind of spreading it around? Because that's kind of what I'm like figuring out right now in terms of my SaaS application. I'm getting to that point where I'm gonna have to start getting some other people kind of out there pushing it in, evangelizing for it. I have some strategies, but I'm wondering how you manage to get people spreading it already. And that's a great feeling seeing your work as projects be used. Absolutely. I mean, that's the whole point of building it, right? It's like, obviously I want to use it myself and that's cool, but I wouldn't put in all that work if it wasn't for other people to use. And I see other people using it and actually like getting some use out of it and like finding like giving me ideas or feedback and stuff is definitely dope. Like that's such a fulfilling thing for sure. All right. So what was I figuring out? Okay. Basically, I figured out that I need to extend BetterOff's organization functionality right now. I'm pretty sure the only current way for somebody to join an organization is through invitation. Let's see, it should be something like accept invitation, if I believe. See right here, when user receives an invitation, click on invitation link to accept invitation. Link should be included with which we use accept invitation. Pretty sure it's the only way. Let's see. There's join. Yeah, I don't think there's a way. I think I'm gonna have to probably create my own API endpoint to manually create a member table or insert a member into the table. So let's just check what this says. Just some dude, you said you travel there, met some people, so they would trust me. Then I got a few of them on payroll. Okay, payroll always is definitely helpful for sure. I'm working out a budget right now to get some like smaller scale influencers and getting a bunch of them basically to start posting. I think that's kind of the way I've done that for like other businesses and things, and that's been kind of successful. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get like a smaller budget for like a little bit smaller like coaches and other people that might have direct usage with my application and getting them to kind of post about it. So that's the thing I'm probably going to do. And then I actually have in the pipeline a kind of referral system kind of being set up, but we'll see. He said one of the coolest things for me was one of my first clients who paid me to build a custom CMS for their sales business. I walked in to get paid and there was a room full of agents using the software. Now if the paycheck was near as big as it should have been, but it was a great feeling. Yeah, it's always dope to see people using something that you built like and actually find use for it. Like I think that's something that will probably never get old for me is being able to build something and like see people actually like fuck with what you did. That's pretty dope. All right, how do I want to explain this? I want to create an option to have open collectives, meaning creators can choose to join collective without an invitation, there needs to be a setting that owners can toggle, which will allow any creator to join or only join through invitation. So we might need to make a custom endpoint to allow this. Can you check BetterOps documentation? To provide me with the best plan of implementation for this feature. All right, and then I'm gonna paste that markdown and I'm gonna put it in plan mode. He said, then I'm gonna Abon, what up? By the way, what made you journey to programming for pro basketball? I've said this a few times on air, but it wasn't necessarily a journey to programming from pro basketball. It was more so that I've always been programming on the side ever since I was just little and young. Like I was always interested in computers and building stuff and tech and things like that. So I was kind of doing programming and things like that with HTML and CSS before I even knew what like programming and all that was. I built custom computers. I built software, kind of like janky software back in the day. And honestly, my first degree when I went to college was going to be computer engineering. But I was also a Division I basketball player who had a very full schedule and wanted to enjoy my college experience. So I kind of like did not go down that route. I just went to business. And then the whole time I was still basically building stuff on the side, building websites, building things online, and always kind of like learning. The first full language I learned was Ruby on Rails, which I built actually this exact website that a social platform that I'm building. Actually, I built this like 12, 13 years ago on Ruby on Rails. It just was not up to snuff. Obviously, I did not have enough experience and I wasn't ready to put it out there. So I kind of put this on the back burner and did a whole professional career, but I still ran a lot of websites and things for other people and for myself. So like I was always involved. And just the last year to 2 years, as I'm like getting towards the end of my career and like starting to transition out and figuring out what I want to do, the next route was pretty clear to me that I like building shit. And the best way to do that these days is through, software. So I was like, let's go full in. And that's pretty much what brought me to this. So like the last year to 2 years, I've basically just been fully focused on, not fully focused, but like going full in on learning how to truly build something from all the like the little details, front end, back end, servers, all that stuff. So it hasn't necessarily been like a hard shift. It's just more so been a transition to like the next chapter for me. SB, what up? Who's winning the chip? That's a good question. If San Antonio can get past OKC, then I'm going to say San Antonio. New York being in the finals is pretty crazy, but I don't think they got enough for either OKC or for San Antonio. But I mean, a New York championship honestly would be pretty fucking crazy and insane, considering that I would not have given them a shot at all to get to the finals. But it's been pretty, like, honestly, this NBA playoffs, which I actually don't watch as much anymore, has by far been the best playoffs in quite a minute, honestly. The most competitive for sure. You said Knicks for me. I mean, look, Knicks, if they win it, I'd be happy for it. I think I got a lot of, I got family from New York. I got a lot of friends that are New York Knicks fans, and like just seeing them actually get one, it would be actually kind of dope because they are definitely the underdog in this situation. But if San Antonio gets past this, I don't know what the fuck they're about to do with Wembanyama. And quite honestly, Jalen Brunson guarding Shea is going to be a fucking problem. Don't know fact. Actually, Jalen Williams from OKC. That's actually my homeboy. That's my homie. That's my that's little bro right there. So I wouldn't be mad at OKC getting another one either. So I don't know. I'm just having a good time. It's actually a good series. Actually good playoffs going on, especially OKC San Antonio. That's a good ass series. a bond that's pretty awesome. I appreciate it. I mean, I'm always just kind of been a person like, look, if you love something, just do it. Like, who cares? I just take the shot and then see what happens. SB, we'll see, man. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I just think that's a tough matchup for Brunson all series long. I think they're gonna abuse him, quite honestly. Their best chance is playing San Antonio. I think that's their best kind of matchup because they got a ton of young guys that also get hurt a lot. You said you're enjoying it, but the games are so late. I mean, where are you at? I don't know where you're at, but you know, I'm on the West Coast, so like all those East Coast games definitely are late. Definitely are late. No, opposite. Actually, I'm fine. I'm trying to think. All the games are pretty much around 6 or 7. So I guess it depends on where you're at. If you're on the East Coast, definitely those West Coast games can be late. But it's been a good series, man. It's been a good series. It's been a good series. Should only owners toggle open close membership? Only owners. And then when open membership is enabled, should joining be a mini as member or still create a join request for approval? Immediate join as member. Where should you proceed to join collective action first? Header plus account collectives. No. Collective page header and then account/discovery. All right, let's do that. Oh, you in the UK? Oh yeah, then those games are definitely late. Yeah, I spent a lot of time overseas playing, and I remember trying to catch games, especially like even NFL games. It should be like at 3 a.m. I'm like, bro, like I can't do that. I can't do that. The best option for me was like just get up hella early in the morning and try to catch it before anything got spoiled. But I mean, look, these series honestly by far the best series I think I've seen in quite a minute. If Wemby can stay healthy, I think we're gonna get a lot of OKC, San Antonio the next couple years, and we've been missing those rivalries, and this feels like a legitimate rivalry again. Just some dude. Where's my favorite place I've been outside the US, man? It's a tough question. I mean, I spent the most time I've spent anywhere, like as in my profession as a basketball player, has been Italy. It's like 6 years I lived in Italy, so I got a lot of love for Italy for sure. That's kind of like a second home for me for sure. Love Italy. I actually love Turkey a lot. I spent a few years in Turkey as well, so I'm a big fan of Turkey. Loved Italy. Greece was cool for like summertime, spring. You know, when beach weather comes out, the beach clubs, beach bars. But overall, probably Italy. Italy's probably my favorite. I've spent the most time in for sure. I kept going back for a reason. SB, Wemby hates Chet so much. I mean, that's why I love it. That's why I love it. Like every time Chet's name comes up, it's nothing but pure hatred for that man. And like that's the energy we need. That's the exact energy we need from the NBA. And Wemby, that's why I fuck with Wemby so much. He's kind of old school. He's like, yo, like we got to get back to competing. Like I'm not trying to be friends with these guys. I'm trying to bust their ass. And that's exactly what he tries to do every single time. He's like, I just remember what question they asked him was like, what do you think about the comparisons between you and Chet? And he just laughs it off. He's like, bro, there is no comparison. And that's the type of energy I like. I like the type of time he's on. Real rivalry. Like, he'd be busting his ass though. Like he really don't fuck with Chet, and I don't blame him for it. Chet be flopping like crazy. Honestly, the whole team be flopping like crazy, but I'm glad they bring that energy. And Justin, dude, did you go to any historic sites in Turkey? Yeah, I'm into a lot, like so many. I've pretty much been all throughout Istanbul. I actually lived in Incirlik. Well, no, that's not Incirlik. It's Incirlik's the base, Ankara. So I was in the south as well. There's just like this really cool place called Castle in the Sea, I believe it's called. It's literally like this castle you can kind of like paddle boat out to, like on the beach and all this. Super dope spot. But yeah, I've been to a lot of places in Turkey. Very cool history. It's very much much more of a melting pot than people think of all these cultures throughout, you know, its entire history that have like formed this very unique setting. Pretty dope spot though, I'm not gonna lie. SB, he said it started when they were like 16. It did. I remember when I was playing like under 17 U in the championships and all that. Yeah, yeah. And Chet actually beat him, and then he started crying. That was pretty much bro's origin story, villain origin story, when he lost that 17U to Chet, and he ain't never let that go since. And I love that energy. All right, let's see what this plan is. Open collective membership, best approach based on Better Off docs and your current. Yeah, so I knew it. I'm gonna have to create a custom self-join endpoint plus an owner-only toggle stored on my organization model. So I'm gonna have to extend that table as well. So because Better Off in the organization plugin, which is what I'm using to manage this, it only allows invitation flows and server siding of adding, but it doesn't actually provide any other way outside of that. So I'm going to make my own endpoint. Add membership mode field and organization schema, add a Boolean field, add migration, add this field to Better Auth, create a toggle for owner only, build an API. Okay. Then Better Off server add member call to attach user as member. Then trigger the same notification semantics. Then add it to the UI. And then don't touch invitations. Should not. If open membership enable invitations are still available, yes. Ensure create flow default. All right, so let's just start implementing this. Pretty straightforward. Justin, dude, you said you're torn between Japan and Philippines. All right, so like I ain't been to Asia too much, honestly. I'm a military kid, so like I've lived all over even before I started hooping. I actually lived in Japan for 4 years. So I was just so young that I don't remember it. The closest I've been, probably, dang, it's been a while. Like I can't remember. I haven't really been to Asia in my adult kind of life, so I can't really say any of those countries. But Japan is definitely on the checklist to kind of go back to. Philippines sounds pretty dope. I got some friends from there, so that sounds pretty dope. I got a lot of friends out there. I got friends out there that play in Taiwan and Vietnam and where's the other playing? Indonesia. Like, there's a lot of countries out there. There's definitely a region I want to check out. Definitely on the checklist though. I've been to Australia. That's probably the closest I actually been out to Asia, honestly, is Australia, which just isn't even close to like 8-hour flight. But Asia's definitely on the checklist. Would you you said you're torn between Japan and Philippines, so what about Japan did you enjoy the most, and what didn't you like? What kind of surprised you? Because I hear some mixed things about people, because people have such like such a almost unreal image of these countries before they go there. All right, implement phase 1, leave EB generation and migration to me. Just some dude, Japan was the river for me. I left here at night. I felt like flying through space, landing there. It was still dark. It felt like landing on another planet. I wasn't used to the people at all. Yeah, I'm sure it's definitely a culture shock. It's very much different than other. Like, I love going to places that are completely different than here, honestly. Like, it's pretty crazy. I remember flying to Australia, like I had to leave at midnight, and then it's like a 15-hour direct flight. That shit was insane. Surprising how everyone is just out and about, and food was amazing. Yeah, food is definitely up there for me. I think Japanese food might be my favorite. Sushi might be my go-to over anything. And then I know they have like a huge kind of nightlife culture, which is right up my alley. So it's definitely a place I want to go back to and actually fully enjoy now that I'm like a conscious human being. Wagyu A5 beef and Kobe beef. It's up there. I mean, are you how deep are you into Japanese culture? Like, are you like super into anime and all that? Open membership type Boolean required. input true, returned true. So update that, add it to my schema. And then to my client, infer additional organization fields. Links, website, cover image, open membership, tagline, bio. I'm trying to figure out why I put it here as well. Schema. All right, we'll keep that. And then let's come here. Let's stop this in pigs. Hey, SB over there, sister over there in UK. How long you been into like basketball and NBA? I know UK had a few player hoopers. Like who's some of your favorite? Like, what's your favorite team? Is it the Knicks? Who's your favorite player? I know who's it. Ben Gordon's from the UK. Who else from there? Luol Deng was from the UK. I was a big Ben Gordon guy back in the day. Y'all had a few. You had a few make it. I thought UK would be much bigger into basketball than it actually is. And you think that's ever going to change? You think it's going to like grow over there and like people are going to get way more into it, or what? You said not into anime. I was mostly into food. Okay, that's exactly how it'd be. That's exactly how it'd be. I know a lot of people are going over there, they're like super into anime and all this stuff. And I'm like, I like anime. I grew up with Dragon Ball Z. That was definitely huge for me. But I'm there for the food too. Right up my alley. SB, you can't lie. I only started following a year ago, but I was always a Knicks fan. Okay. Yeah, it's always interesting to me because like out of all the countries, honestly, I mean, Serbia is massive for basketball. Like basketball's like outside of soccer, basketball is definitely number two. I would say basketball is number two, probably in Italy as well. Like they're fanatics for it. There's like a huge culture for it as well. Spain is pretty big. France, it's decent. Other countries depends. Greece is pretty big. Like it was always interesting to me going from country to country and just seeing how big the sport of basketball is depending on where you're at. And then I went to the UK and like I was out there for a while and it just didn't seem like it had that much of like a hoop culture compared to like other places. Definitely football was number one by and far. Everything was football. Just some new Philippines, they love to gamble, and I'm a gambler. Being from Vegas, but the gambling is falling off here in town. It's all geared towards suckers, yeah, for sure. But over here, they have baccarat tables as far as I can see. Okay, I know Asian countries love to gamble. I do know that. And I'm not that big of a gambler, so I probably wouldn't partake. I'd have fun. I like have fun gambling, but I'm not the person that's gonna sit at the table like all night. I'm definitely the type of person. If I hit big, I'm out of there. Matter of fact, I remember we were in Nice one time. We just beat them. We had the night out there. Went to we're about to go to some club, get a table, whatever. You know, teammates, some of them like to gamble, so like I just go to the casino. Went to the casino, man. I went in there. I literally came in there like 20. Like maybe I pulled out like 40, 60 bucks. I was being real cheap. Played blackjack, lost like immediately. I'm out of here. I went to the roulette table where I hit my number and hit my color like 6 times in a row, made like 3 bands, and I left. And I paid for the whole night. Got us the table and everything. Homeboy over there played at the blackjack table, ended up losing like 650 within like 20 minutes. I was like, yeah, couldn't be me. SB, yeah, UK center towards football. Yeah. That's one thing, like by far number one sport. I just wonder if like basketball ever. I mean, we UK, America, we're pretty close culturally. You know everything. I'm just wondering if ever one day like it's gonna get as big as it is in other countries. I know that the NBA is like trying to bring a team out there. I know EuroLeague, I don't know if they have a team there, but I know they're trying to put a team in London. They're trying to build that out there, obviously, because there's a lot of money in London, England. Like, it's a huge market. They're definitely trying to make it a thing, but I'm not so sure if it'll ever. I just don't know if it's culturally that, ever going to break through like that. Blackjack is trash. I mean, I feel the same way. I got all my teammates love blackjack, and I was like, I just don't get it. It's just not for me. I just feel like I lose every time. I play little craps. Cool. Roulette, definitely, by far, the one I always play if I was going to go to a casino. All right, so that's implemented. Let's go implement phase 2. Random nobody where you play. I've played everywhere. I've played all over Europe, EuroLeague, Euro Cup, Champions League. I played in G League. I played Summer League, some preseason stuff with Houston. Like, I played everywhere. I've played everywhere, pretty much at every kind of degree you can think of. SB, it will get bigger, I feel, but football will always be number one. Yeah, by far. Like, even in the countries like Italy, as big as basketball is, like, they really do love basketball, football will still always be number one. I'm just wondering if it'll ever, I don't even think basketball is probably number 2 in UK. Like, I feel like it could. I feel like it could. I feel like you got to get some more guys from the UK making it to the league and making it big in the league, and I think that will start to drive people a little bit more. Just some dude, no Baccarat, not surprising. No, actually, I didn't even know about Baccarat until, like, honestly, recently. I feel like it kind of blew up over the last few years of people talking about it more and more, and going to that in terms of like other tables. When I was coming, it was definitely just craps and blackjack. Honestly, that was number one. I came from areas and relatives that shoot dice outside, so that's pretty much was our gambling. And Boo-Ray, if you're a professional athlete, you know what Boo-Ray is. Random nobody, how's McClung not in the league? Simple. McClung is what, 6 foot, 6'1"? That kind of size is a huge disadvantage at the next level. I don't care how good of a scorer you are, you have to be elite scorer that's only going to be able to score that much on a certain amount of shots. And it's hard to be efficient at that size. It's just a fact. It's very hard. I mean, look around. Like, you got dudes like Wemby that are 7 foot handling the ball now. Everybody is 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", can dribble now. It's just kind of like a size thing, quite honestly. And you also got to understand, basketball at this level is a business. It's a business. It's a business. If you're not getting paid the most, you're not getting the most shots. And if you're not getting that many shots, I need you to shoot 40 plus from 3, which is very hard to do. Background is basically like betting red or black on roulette without the 0 and 0 spots and it's faster. Oh, really? All right, if it's like roulette, I probably could fuck with it. Like, roulette is definitely my game. My game. SB, I don't know if there's a clear pathway to make it into the NBA though, unless you go America. Yeah, I mean, not true. You can nowadays if you go EuroLeague, but I don't know how clear a path it is because UK League is not strong at all. So it's not a good way to get to EuroLeague from the UK, whereas other countries, you have a lot of homegrown talent that start in these teams, just like in football. You start in these teams, these big teams, and then you go through the youth program, go through their youth teams, and then you get called up to like the main team, which happens to be a EuroLeague team, helps you get exposure, and then you play obviously in Euros and all these international competitions. And I just don't think UK has a good league, quite honestly. If UK had a better league, local league with real teams, real competitive players, it'd be much easier to make it. But because they don't have a competitive league that can compete at the EuroLeague level, like other countries around there, that's what's honestly holding them back. Obviously, you can go to America, very expensive, and there's a ton of competition here. So it's going to be much harder. It's actually much easier from Europe to make it to the league, just simply for the fact that there is not as much competition. And you can get seen much faster. Random nobody, G League MVP 2 times, though. Caruso caused a lot of problems. Yeah. I mean, he is G League. Like, look, McClung is nice. No problem. He's definitely nice. I feel like he should have been went over to Asia or to Europe and made a lot of money doing what he does best. I mean, you got guys like Jimmer Fredette. I don't know if y'all remember him. Jimmer Fredette was a much better scorer than Matt McClung. And he was also 6'4", 6'5", and he couldn't make it in the league. So, like, it's just, there's a lot of politics. There's a lot of business that goes into it. And just for the simple fact that if you're not a very efficient scorer and you're undersized, it's going to be very hard to continue to make it in the league. They're looking for efficiency because you're not going to have the ball nearly as much as the guy that is getting paid 80, 90 million. It's really that simple. You're not going to have the ball. We're not going to give this guy that's getting less than $1 million the ball. Tame3365, what up? Hello, I'm new here. How long you been programming for? Program has basically been a lifelong journey for me since I was like, at least like 5th, 6th grade. Something I've always done on the side and done on my own, pretty much self-taught. But in terms of like trying to make this into like an actual career path, probably like the last year to 2 years, I would say, kind of really focusing in and learning the intricacies and the ins and outs and how to do this on a professional level. But programming is something I've always been doing. SB, you guys make a lot of money even in college. Just that's when I was doing research. Yeah, that wasn't me. I'm older than that whole wave of college money. So when I played in college, you weren't allowed to make any money. If you got any gift, you'd basically lose. You'd lose your scholarship. Not your scholarship. You lose a year of eligibility. You wouldn't be able to play in college. Things have changed a lot. If I played right now, yeah, I'd have made a lot of money. But when I was playing, any money you got had to be completely under the table or you wouldn't be able to play. So no, they definitely make a lot of money now, but that was not the case for me when I was coming out. You had to grind like crazy to make some money. Random nobody there is some ass second teams. Absolutely. But again, it's about connections. It's about who you know. What y'all don't really understand is a lot of those people on those benches, they have uncles. They have relatives, they have friends, family friends that are connected, that work in these organizations, that get them positions. It's not just a merit-based system in the NBA. It's very much about who you know is a big part of that. And then, people look out for each other. It's just like any other job, quite honestly. Tame, so cool. I'm new too. Okay, that's cool. So what are you learning? You said you're new to you said you're new to program. So what are you like? What are you learning? What language? What brought you into it? Random nobody, Codex, Claude, Code, Cursor, everyone a programmer now. No, everybody can tell a code to build something, but to actually build something that works and continues to work and maintain and all that stuff, that's just a whole nother level that I don't even think you ask the creators of OpenAI and all that if they would agree that you can actually build something truly functional. Tame, Nick's gonna win it all. I mean, it's possible. I wouldn't put money on it, but it's possible. SB connections make it so much easier to make it 1000%. It's just the way of the world. No matter what profession you're in, sports or not, connections are huge. I knew a lot of players that were very talented, that were very good, that they weren't able to cultivate any like personal connections with people that they should have, quite honestly, and that did not help them. You can look at what's his name, Cam White from the Knicks, who got sent to Milwaukee. Is White? I forget his last name. Super talented, super nice. But because he has a personality that a lot of people don't fuck with, you're out of here. All right, so phase 2 is made only toggle UI and settings. Toggle was submitted with existing. All right, owner only mutation of enforcement in the actions. Admin read only visibility. All right, so let's check this. So it updated my manage collective settings form, basically. Let's just go ahead and remove all this. open membership. Default is set to true, or it's grabbing this open membership column. Get open membership. If no, if is not equal to true, and no is true. All right, just some guards. Add to the DB update. Use the state to set it, so I don't have to full refresh the form. All right, let's check that. Random nobody. I'm all in on Spurs this year. Yeah, I think Spurs. I mean, it's hard. It's hard, bro. Like a 7'6" dude that can do all that. It's hard. If he can stay healthy, if their team can stay healthy, they're gonna be a tough team to beat. If they can get past OKC, I think they're winning it all. Personally. All right. Open membership call. Let's play shoot. Yeah. Nacho, appreciate the sub. You said you're biased. Where you from? You from San Antonio? If you from San Antonio, I mean, y'all eating good. I can't lie. Y'all are definitely eating good. Y'all have had a good. The fact that San Antonio has been able to have such a successful franchise in such a small city is kind of crazy. Same with OKC, honestly. When enabled, any creator can join without invitation. So let's change this a little bit. Let's go. I mean, nobody lived there 10 years, watched every game over the past 3 years. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I mean, you've been eating good. You definitely been eating good. I think it's a little, I mean, I think it's a little sketchy, a little fishy that right after Pop is about to get out of there, right after you lose Tim Duncan, you go couple like 3 bad years, and Wemby just happens to fall right in your laps. Seems a bit fishy, but y'all definitely been eating very well. All right, where do I want to put this? Let's edit profile. He said last playoff run was in 2017. Didn't y'all go to playoffs with DeRozan? Was that 2017? All right, here's what I'm gonna do. All right, y'all, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. What up? More side projects, more side projects. Not the worst thing to be busy. What was I doing? All right. Let's clean this up. Let's add another card. Let's add some context. Let's go. Deletion card. Call this. Back. Let's call you. Membership settings. All right, cool. And let's give you more context as well. Profile. Monitors control whether it's clock to accept opens. Hey, why is it? It's dumb. All right, let's do something here. And then description. All right, cool. Let's go guard. SB. Do I know anyone who's currently in the NBA? Yeah, I know quite a few players who are currently in the NBA. I work out with quite a few of them over the summers. Get a lot of open runs and friends and stuff. Like I mentioned, if you guys know Jalen Williams from OKC, it's kind of like my young bro, little bro right there. Been training with us since he was in high school and watched him kind of grow into who he is now. So yeah, know quite a few players from the league. Used to run AAU with Reggie Jackson, if y'all know who that is, and yeah. All right, can anyone join? So yeah, no, yeah, that's my bro as well. Came together in high school, AAU, competed against each other in high school. Grew up playing AAU together, and yeah, I knew he was gonna make it to the league, and he did. I knew Jalen was probably gonna make it. He was nice like that always. Obviously, I know his younger brother Cody Williams as well. He used to he still works out with us. So yeah, basketball is a very, very small community, and if you get to the high levels, you pretty much you guys kind of cross paths a lot, honestly. All right. Can anyone join? How do I want to do this? Simon Carlson, what up? How long have I been coding? Mentioned this a few times, but I've been coding, to some degree, pretty much majority of my life since I was young. Even before I knew what it was or what a name for it, I've always been kind of involved doing something. But over the last year to 2 years, I've definitely been going more full steam into it, like really going all out, really kind of learning, really diving into it, doing courses, building projects, learning front end, learning back end, learning servers to that like degree, to that level of learning how to build something from start to finish, like every aspect of it at a, semi-professional level, I would say year to 2 years, but always been involved in, some degree. Trying to figure out where that is. All right, so it's gonna be settings. It's gonna be email. No. Account settings. I want to have it the same. All right, so it's a switch. All right, let's figure this out. Let's switch back to my personal account, and then I go to my account settings. Tips and tricks is exactly what I'm looking for. All right, label. All right, let's copy this. I might be saying it wrong. Is it Simone or is it Simon? I think it's Simone. Nice to meet you. Currently procrastinating on my data science bachelor's thesis. Okay. I mean, so you're at the end. How's that been going? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the next chapter? You got a job lined up? Like, how's that kind of process going? And since you said you're doing your bachelor's thesis right now, so like, how long have you been like coding, and basically, how's it changed with AI? Because it's obviously kind of blown up over the last few days. Like, how long have you been coding? How's it affected, education, I guess, with AI and all that? I'm always interested to see people that are like just kind of getting into it now. All right, so let's take this. Let me just copy this whole section. Div ID. Let's import this label. Think, and then let's go who can join. Let's go when it enabled. All right, and then let's wire this up right here. Let's just copy this. I don't know why it's not updating. My linter's not updating, but let's delete this. And this is unnecessary. Div. Cool. Random nobody in 10 years, where will coding be? That's a good question. I have no idea. Just some dude, unless things change, it's going to be in a very sad state. People with zero problem solving skills. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of, you could definitely get cynical and have feelings about, where things are headed. But I've had conversations with younger people. I've had conversations with, my nieces, my nephews, and people that are younger, and like, they don't fuck with AI, quite honestly. Like, they really don't. Like, it's kind of surprising. I've said this before. It's kind of surprising how much kind of like the younger generation actually really don't be fucking with AI at all. So I definitely think things can get pretty ugly, but I'm kind of heartened by what I'm hearing from like at least the younger people that I've talked to, where they're like, yeah, I really just do not fuck with AI at all. And then Simon, I've been doing this since sixth grade, kind of like you said, on and off. Been at uni 4 years, 3 years, 3-year course. I'm a year late. It's cool. AI kind of took a lot of the fun out. Doesn't work for the most difficult stuff. And then yeah, it's kind of depressing. Sometimes kind of cool. Other times could be good, but it depends on where it goes. Yeah. You said what are my thoughts on AI? Yeah, I mean it's kind of complicated, right? Like I think AI has a ton of use cases, and I think it makes things extremely useful and helpful in a lot of situations. It's a very powerful tool. There's no denying that. But I think the business side of AI, obviously, because people need to sell it as, you know, this next game-changing thing, and there's a lot of billions being poured into it, and you have whole companies being founded around it. So there's a lot of hype around it that it's hard to kind of parse through what's real and what's not sometimes. And obviously, as programmers and coders, you understand its limitations, you understand what it can and can't do, and you understand like the reality of what AI is. But that's not what's controlling the sentiment. It's all this propaganda, and like you have a lot of people in the public that just quite generally don't know what the fuck AI is. They literally think it's like this fully conscious thinking machine that can do anything and everything, when that couldn't actually be farther from truth. I think it's like that kind of balance, right? That kind of game. And I think that veil of what it is starting to be pulled back and really reveal itself for what it is to a lot of people. And I think there's a lot of pushback about what's going on with AI. And personally, I think I didn't use AI for obviously when I was younger, I didn't use it. There was no AI, so I really couldn't do it. So there was nothing really to compare to. But as I kind of started learning in this field again, and AI became such a big aspect of coding, it's kind of an inevitability if you're programming coding that you're going to be using it. And from my personal experience, it has helped me definitely skill up and plus up and learn things at a much faster scale, because obviously, you know, when I was first kind of learning, self-learning, a lot of the way to do it was through forums, right? Was through Stack Overflow, was through asking questions, through YouTube, like doing the process. And like, it was still a very helpful way to learn. It was just a much longer way to learn. And it drove a lot of people away from the field, because obviously who wants to wait 3 weeks to get then solved to one question and then do it all over again? So having a kind of like machine that you can ask questions to and get answers to right there on the spot, without having to wait or dig through all these kind of vague things, is extremely helpful and extremely positive. But if you do all that and just let it kind of do all the coding and thinking for you, you get to some very, very sketchy, dangerous areas. And I've built a few full applications now, so I think I have a pretty good grasp on what AI can and can't do. And people that think like that AI can build fully complex production level applications and maintain it at a continuous scale and run a business from, I think they're going to be, you know, severely mistaken. It just can't. It's just not at that level yet. I don't know if it ever will be at that level, not in its current form. I think it's a huge, you know, it's basically an autocomplete. For me as a solo developer, or if you're in a small team, AI is at its best because it can refactor things, it can write out code, it can build out systems and features in a fraction of the time it would have if you were doing it alone. So there's like a lot of pros and cons to it, obviously. And I think as many pros there are definitely way more cons. And I think it's gonna really come down to the individual person and how willing you are to like actually utilize it in a way that makes you better, instead of just letting it do everything. I think the lazy way to do it is just let AI do everything for you, so-called vibe coding, which is cool. There's obviously some functionality for it. I use AI vibe coding for like internal tools and things that will never see production or be used or even touch the internet, because who cares? But a lot of these programs and things and things that people rely on are being vibe coded, and you're starting to see the effects of that with like GitHub, AWS, all these major corporations that have switched to vibe coding and got absolutely fucking wrecked. So I just think it's like, if you have the base skills, you understand coding and programming, wow, it's going to make you so much better. It's going to make you so much faster, and you're going to be able to identify things and build things out on your own without needing like massive teams, which is kind of cool. Like to be able to build a full application. Like I built this application I'm building now within like 3 weeks. I would not be able to do that with AI. It would take me months. because there's just so many lines of code. There's so many things that it touches that AI can just read those things faster than you ever humanly could. But for people that don't understand coding and programming, I think it's going to just put out so much bad code, so much bad applications, so many security issues that like, I think it's going to start to weed itself out. As I've been freelancing more and more, a huge market for freelancing right now is fixing AI bullshit code. Quite honestly, there's a lot of people that have ideas for applications that don't know how to code, that have turned to AI to build things, and now they're turning back towards developers to fix those same fucking issues. So it's like, on one hand, as somebody that probably worked in a company or a corporation, I'm sure AI fucking sucks and the people are like forcing you to do it. But as a freelancer, it's kind of opening up a new market for people to fix that fucked up AI code. And it also has opened up a whole new stream of people that are interested in building things, that think they can build things now with AI, but have no idea where to start. And that's also like opening up more opportunities kind of to fill in. So like, there's a lot of pros, there's a lot of cons. And I just think that we're nowhere near where the reality of what's going to be. And it's going to be some years before that happens. Until people get tired of putting billions of dollars into shit that just doesn't work, we'll find out. So we'll find out. Just some dude, there's always been a problem with ethics in computer software. Now it's a problem on steroids. Absolutely. So like another major thing that I've seen from like AI, especially with dealing with people, is that not everything should be built. Like sometimes there needs to be some sort of barrier. It's kind of like the same with music, right? Like, yeah, their streaming and their ability to put out music is great, and it's made everything so much more accessible for musicians. But should that always be the case? I don't think there should be. I think there should be some gatekeeping. Like, if there are no obstacles to putting something out, that does not mean like that's the best shit that's coming out. Typically, it's the worst shit that's coming out. Like, never is my first idea or thought process exactly the one that's the most production ready or the best way to do something. It's not until I hit a wall or hit obstacles that I really like rethink something and understand something at a deeper level and build it the right way, or like really implement something. If I could just feed it to code and it just puts it out, that just means that so many bad fucking ideas are getting put out without any kind of thought process going into it. I don't think that's a good thing. I do think there needs to be some obstacles. I do think people need to hit some walls, and it forces you to kind of rethink things. And people that think that AI can do that are fucking crazy. Quite honestly, like, AI is so backwards looking that how can you run a business? Like, everything is based on is old code, old processes, old practices. Without all that like Stack Overflow, all that GitHub shit, all that code bases, there would not be AI. But there's always new things coming out. There's always new techniques. There's always new thoughts, and it's always going to be behind. So like, it's just right, relying on that fully for everything, to me, is just fucking crazy. That's kind of where I stand. Like, there needs to be some sort of obstacles, and just having something that removes all obstacles is not always a good thing. Typically, it's a bad fucking thing. Music has not gotten better just because it's gotten easier to put out shit. If anything, it's just watered down the genre or that medium as a whole. Same with film. You're going to see the same thing with applications. You're seeing it now with coding. Like, just because there's no obstacles or obstacles are less, that's not necessarily a good thing. I think it'll make people that are good at coding and understand systems and understand thought process that go behind things, it's going to make them so much better. But for people that have no fucking clue what they're doing, God, there's going to be so much slop out there. SB double-edged sword for me, to be honest. Yeah, it is. It's definitely a double-edged sword. But I think if you learn how to use it in the right way, use it as a tool as it's meant to be, not the end-all be-all, you will see so many gains. But if it's just your end-all be-all, like, good luck. I've talked to people that build things with vibe coding. I'm like, bro, how do you maintain it? They're like, well, there's always some fire that's popping up, and you're basically at the prompt 100 times to get the worst shitty answer or worst shitty solution to something that's going to break upon the next update. It's just like, that's not how you build and run and maintain a business or anything production level. So I don't want to go down that road personally. And just some dude, you were all for it until this agentic crap. Absolutely. Like, I don't like agents. Like, I like that they can do things for me and they can implement things and refactor, but I'm very like focused. I don't let it just run wild. I focus it. And if you leave it in a focused state and like give it context and understanding about how you code, why you code, and like why you should do things, and you check what's actually happening, very powerful. But if you don't, like, damn, like I just think you're like opening yourself up to some crazy problems. And Simon, I like Primogen's AI take. If you're good, you get 10 times better with AI, but if you're bad, you get 10 times worse. Yeah, most people are bad. Absolutely. Most code is bad. And that's another thing. Like AI is such a statistical machine that it's based on like the averages of code. And if the majority of code is bad, the majority of what's getting output is going to be shitty fucking code. And if you don't understand what's actually being put out and know how to catch things and know how to fix things, I just don't understand it. I just don't understand. I don't get it. And I don't get companies that fire people because they're going to go fully AI. How are you going to maintain? How are you going to build out new features? How are you going to keep doing this? Like, how are you going to actually grow as a company? And then how are you going to maintain it once all those senior people leave? Because you haven't hired or trained any. It's just, the whole thing is just fucking crazy to me. It kind of feels like the 2000s internet kind of craze where everything was going to be online. All business was going to be a website. That was the biggest thing. Like, it definitely feels kind of like that level right now. Just some dude, I think you should have to reach at a certain level, have some kind of license to be able to use it, and software companies' artwork should be required to brand that it was AI generated. All right, so I don't know if you should have to reach a certain level, have some kind of license able to use it. That'd be nice, but I think that's a little bit restrictive. But I definitely think there needs to be the AI generated disclaimers and everything. I don't think we'll ever get there. I think it's pretty much impossible these days in the way it's set up, and I don't think there's too much money opposing it, quite honestly. But I do think like anybody wants to get into it, you still should learn the fundamentals. Like when I got into this, like AI was still popping out. Like I still learned the fundamentals. I didn't touch AI for like the first 8 months. You have to learn the fundamentals. And then once you know fundamentals, it's just such a plus on top of it. But like I couldn't imagine doing this without learning and understanding the fundamentals and being able to read what the fuck is going on. There's a lot of people like, I'll be looking at their code. I've talked to a few people and like, what is this? Why is this doing this? Like, you want me to help, but like, what's going on? And they can't explain it to you. They can't explain why something's happening, why it got put there, what it links to. You know, it's just like, and then just the amount of duplication and code. It's just like, I can't work that way personally. I think you have to know the fundamentals. McGuffin, what's up? Thank God, zero AI coding stream. Keep going, King. Man, I appreciate that. I'm not gonna say zero AI coding because I actually use agents to do a lot of my planning, a lot of my refactoring and code writing, because I don't actually enjoy writing out every single line of code, especially when the code base gets really long. But in terms of like the thought process behind everything, strictly me. SB, I feel like there's way too much AI tools. Yeah, I mean, because it's a big business. Like, you can start a company right now, go to a YC, go to Silicon Valley, go somewhere out there, and just say, I'm building an AI something, and money just flows. That's where all the money is right now. That's where all the companies are putting their money. Everybody's racing for it. So, like, you're going to see a huge, massive overflow of companies based on AI. But just wait. Just stay the course. Just wait. I guarantee a fraction of those are going to remain over the last few years. Because the dynamics, the economics of it just doesn't make sense for any fucking company involved. And they're only still able to do what they're doing is because people are still willing to just dump money into something that is losing billions by the day. But at some point, people are going to get tired of that. And I have a sneaky feeling that a lot of these big AI companies are not going to be around in a year or two. Simon, I saw someone say AI labs were like a smoke screen for correcting overhiring or shrinking revenue. It's still more expensive to use AI than to hire people. Absolutely. All these AI layoffs is just bullshit anyways. Let's be real. Like, they did it because it makes their stockholders happy because it looks like they have more money and their revenues are higher because they cut the cost of employees. That's just basically what it is. It's a way to pump their stocks. It's a way to make it look like they are more profitable and more, agile than they actually are. They just use it as an excuse. And there was definitely an overhiring. Let's be real. Like, there was definitely a massive overhiring during COVID. I just remember seeing people getting hired for coding that barely knew how to code. And I'm just like, oh, there's no way this is maintainable. Like, there's just so many people that got into coding because it just seemed like that was the most lucrative kind of route, not because they actually like coding or that they were good at it or they had any interest in it. And companies were just hiring without even like, thinking about it. So like, if anything, like you said, I think it's definitely an overcorrection. And I know it seems crazy that there's so many layouts, but you also have to admit that there's a ton of people in coding and program that probably shouldn't be there in the first place, and wouldn't have been there if there wasn't such a demand for it back during COVID. And AI is fucking expensive. It's fucking expensive. Like, it is. Simon Carlson, yeah, first year in uni, 75% of my class quit. Yeah, I mean, like, it's still a very specialized field. Like, I don't understand why people think like everybody wants to do coding. Like, it's not. You still have to be wired to want to do this. Like, if you're not wired for this, you're not going to enjoy doing what you're doing, because you're going to be doing this over and over and over. It's not glamorous like people think it is. It's just reading a lot of fucking code. And even now, it's going to be even more reading and reviewing code and going through lines. If you don't like enjoy the process of that, you're not going to get very far and you're going to hate your job. So like you said, like 75% of uni quit. I'm not surprised. Like, a lot of people that get into this because they thought it was the good, right career to go into, not because they actually loved doing it or they had interest in doing it. It's just, that's what they thought was going to make them money. Because back then, Google, Facebook, all of them were giving out crazy contracts. And it's just like, I just think it's as much of a correction. AI is as much of a correction in the field as anything else, as a disruption. And, I think you'll be able to tell right away between people that like know how to code along with using AI, versus people that can only vibe code. Like that gap is going to be massive. And like I said, like, there's a ton of jobs out there right now. If you go look on anywhere like Upwork, whatever, that are fully like, hey, can you fix this AI slop, basically. Appreciate the follow. And I just think you're going to see more and more of that, quite honestly. Like, just more and more of that. All right, let's fix this. What the hell's going on here? Oh, I know why. There's definitely a huge market. There's definitely a huge market for fixing AI slop. And I think it's going to continue to grow. Danger zone, card header. All right, let's come here. All right, that looks better. And then I want this side by side though. So let's come here. Just check where I did that. Div. All right. Membership settings, who can join. All right, cool. Let's figure out what else I gotta do. I think I had like a couple more phases. 7. All right, build that API endpoint. Simon Carlson, good. I've been scared of the job market lately. Gonna need to start looking soon. Yeah, I mean, it's scary. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it is definitely scary. And it's gonna be ugly and scary for quite a while, quite honestly. But I think things will eventually start to turn. A lot of people that are in it are definitely gonna weed out, and interviewing is definitely going to suck. But I think if you stay with it and you learn, honestly, how I feel, like, as fucked up as it is, I think in this kind of current climate, like, everybody that's in coding and programming is going to have to learn how to build some sort of side hustle that will continue to allow them to kind of survive and sustain themselves between kind of jobs. So if you can learn how to like build a freelancing profile and get clients and stuff like that, you should be fine. But I just think that's going to be at the bare minimum, is everybody's going to pretty much have to have some sort of side hustle these days, because you can't really rely on companies or these big tech jobs anymore to literally just be there forever. That's just no longer the case. Just some dude, I've been interviewing, gets frustrating. Interviewing has always been a strong area of mine. And auto programs are in demand still. Just gotta line up the 8 ball. Yeah. Just some dude, but it's been a train wreck lately. By the time I get interviewed, I'm so frustrated and really magged up in the interviews, but about AI sloppers, and I talk myself right at that job. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely ugly. It's definitely crazy. I also don't think the money is going to be what people think it's going to be right now at all. I mean, look at the economy, it's fucking shit. And a lot of these companies don't have money to even give it. So like, I think it's going to be very rough. It's going to be very, very rough, but I do think things are going to change. And if you can freelance, and honestly, as much as like these big companies suck and are firing a lot of people, there are a lot of startups starting up. There are a lot of like businesses, companies popping up, if you know where to find those, that are looking for still developers and things to build things. Because if anything, it has also sparked the imagination of a lot of, wannabe business people and that have these ideas, that are starting up things, that are like, there are a lot of opportunities, but the money for sure is not going to be the same. So I'm across, I'm in Sweden, so I'm hoping to get like a public sector job and chill and eat biscuits. I mean, that'd be nice. I'm in America, and I can tell you, like, the public sector jobs, they ain't secure no more these days either. Like, they fired like thousands of people from that kind of area too. So it's just really shaky these days. And I just think everybody's got to kind of have a side hustle, honestly. And I mean, honestly, my biggest skill right now is that my side skill was business first, and I was marketing, and I was business manager. So like I understood analytics, I understood at Google Ads, I understand how to run all those things, I understand how to build all those things, I understood SEO because I was doing that for the longest time. And like, that is my biggest kind of cross sell right now as a freelancer, is that yes, I can build your website, but I can also help you with like the business side of things. And if I said this a few times, and if programmers, developers can learn that side skill of like marketing and SEO and like that technical SEO and things like that, if you can learn that, like, there are massive opportunities out there, because marketing is not going to AI yet. And it's going to be a while before it does, because marketing is still very much human driven in terms of like how to reach people. So if you can like understand those like side skills and benefits, I would suggest learning those, and the opportunities are definitely there. I can't even, like, most of my jobs basically have literally been, I built a site, and then I did your SEO, I did your marketing for like the next 3 to 4 months. It's the easy side skill to learn, easy upsell, easy cross sell, but you kind of gotta get creative these days. Those days of just like, I'm only a front end developer, I'm only a back end developer, you're hiring me and that's it. Like, I think those days are far gone. All right, so I added my route, and then here's the custom API. Let's close this out. Let's come here. All right, here's the custom route function. Add my guards. There's the payload I expect, the organization ID or the slug. All right, and if there's no ID and there's no slug, basically return early. And I'm making sure that the person who's requesting to join is a creator. And if there's not, then basically tell them that only a creator can join. Let's make this lowercase. And then you want to find that organization. And if their setting basically doesn't allow anybody to join, basically throw this error and return. Make sure that they are not a member already. And then make 2 calls and return it together. Get the member count and the pending invitation count, because I need to make sure they're not at their limit. All right, and then you're gonna try to add a member. And I think that's from, all right, so out the API, add member. I think that's from Better Off. So let me come here. Just some dude, that's why I'm trying to start up my own stuff on the side. I mean, I think that's the route. Just some dude, I'm one of them. I took a pay cut to join this company for stability and just got laid off. It's just kind of like, man, you can't trust these companies these days. They're doing whatever they can to raise, the upper portion of the company's, bonuses and paychecks and anything. Like, it's just, you low key have to have your own side business. It just kind of is what it is. It said auth the API add member, so it must be a. All right, cool. So, all right, yeah. So this is what I was looking for. So I'm grabbing this add member from Better Off's organization, and I'm gonna call this custom so I can add them directly to this organization. I didn't know if it allowed that, but it does. All right, cool. But I'm still gonna call it through my API. And then I'm gonna create my notification, which was set up a long time ago with this type, which should already be in my types. Which it is, and I'm pretty sure I have it styled up already, so I shouldn't have to do anything there. Yep, so I have it already typed here with this specific notification handling. Cool. And that's it. And then if this fails because it's a notification, nothing should happen. I don't want to stop the action. All right, looks good. Automochi integration specialist is the move. Okay. Now, when you say integration specialist, are you talking about like integrating with, APIs and third-party plugins and programs and integrating with, obviously like AI agents and stuff like that? Sam Z, what up? Good evening. I'm a contractor and finish up a 3-month contract next week. Going to use the break in between to work on projects for a bit. That's cool. What projects you plan on working on? What are you working on this evening? I'm continuing to build out this kind of feature set that I've been working on the last week for my social platform. I don't really call it a network, but my social platform that's actually live and in beta right now that allows for organizations and like group profiles, basically. I'll walk through it here in a second, but let me finish this up. Ash Automates, what up? Used to play basketball professionally. Yes, I did. I do. I'm not officially retired, but I'm definitely close to it. I have for the last 14 years professionally. Been playing basketball 20 plus years, but yeah, I do and have. All right, phase 3, I built that. Phase 4 is to add the action. Make sure I have that set up here. I should call. All right, that's guarding for that. All right, so let's go implement phase 4. Nice, man. Going to resume work on. Okay, so yeah, you were the person. So somebody else, just some dude told me he was also working on his MVP for application. I actually thought it was him, but it was you that was working on the Jira application. Okay. Yeah, man. Welcome back. I definitely remember. I was like, I definitely recognize the name. You said you're working on your project management tool. How's that going? How far along have you gotten? And when you think you're probably gonna launch the MVP of it? And what stack you using to build it? Ash Automates, that's really cool. What made you decide to queries? If you don't mind me asking, I work in IT, not developer though. Yeah, I don't mind you asking. Not to say that I'm switching, it's that I'm kind of getting towards the end. I've been playing so long, like, getting up there. How much longer do you want to do it? Definitely don't want to do this forever. Just starting to get interested in other areas outside of, just athletics and kind of making that next transition to my next kind of career path after basketball. So I'm just kind of starting it now. So it can be a pretty a much smoother transition. Last thing I want to do is just retire, then just start coaching. That's what a lot of people do in sports and training, but I don't enjoy that side of it. So I want to use my mind. I want to, be interested in something else. So that's basically what it is. Like, it's just a natural kind of transition from one career to the next for me. Sam D, you said it's going good. But to be honest, I think I need to rethink some of the user journeys, like the page route sign up process. But in terms of functionality, it's all there. Okay. Yeah. I mean, as y'all know, like I built my own kind of project client management system as well over in the corner, greenlight.co. If you guys want to check that out that you don't know. But I absolutely understand what you mean. The hardest part of it was not the coding for me. By far, the hardest part was understanding and implementing a intuitive kind of user experience. Like that part was extremely tough. Like there were just so many areas that you have to think about that you might not think about. In terms of access, in terms of what happens if they do this, in terms of invitation, in terms of flow, just understanding that kind of flow and like building out all those functions, that for sure was the hardest part for me. So I definitely understand what you mean there. Like that took me a while to figure out. Something that I thought felt like intuitive for anybody to kind of use. But actual coding it wasn't that difficult. But the user experience and UI, stuff like that, that shows hard. I ain't gonna lie. Definitely used a lot of my brain power on that one. Which is another reason why I don't think AI is nearly ready, because the solutions that came up on its own and just not understanding how users actually use things and how they would probably use things. Yeah, like you still very much need a person building something fully production. All right, so it updated my collective header. It is joining his member or is in session. Fetch. So it's gonna call my API that just created my endpoint. If I pass along my headers, basically my user information. Otherwise, then it's gonna say you joined and it's gonna revalidate. I don't know if I wanna, I'll just use revalidate now. It's not a member, it's not a session, but I also need to check, which I don't think it is member. They see if there is a member record. So I need to extend this is member to include pending invitations. So if you have a pending invitation to join this, you shouldn't see this button. All right, so I need to scope this to include invitations, members who have pending invitations to this collective shouldn't see this action, shouldn't be able to join this way. So it's basically going to join my invitations table to my members and grab that information. I'm going to let it do that. MZ, yeah, for sure. It's forcing me to think about a lot of business decisions. Yeah. There's so many decisions that I didn't think I was gonna think about until I like ran into those problems. And I'm like, oh shit. Like my longest like days was literally just figuring out invitations and figuring out access and permissions and like who can access the project, what happens with this, especially if you're doing something like what you're doing, which is SaaS, which I don't know if you kind of run into this problem as well yet. But mine was also basically like transparency and history and record keeping. because you want to soft delete everything. You don't want to delete everything. You want to keep records for everything. And that was another kind of issue dealing with mine. Basically, like what happens if a client deletes their account? What if happens if a business or a workspace deletes their workspace or deletes their account? Like a client should still have access, like just things like that I did not even think about that I'd have to consider when I was building it. But that was by far the hardest part for me. So yeah, I understand like what you mean. You're having to think about a lot of business decisions. Yes, there's a lot of things that go into it, especially when you're dealing with business, and especially if it's going to be a paid platform. There's a lot of things that go into it that, you know, people don't understand. Like, there's no way I could have vibe coded what I did, because there's no way the agent would have even thought of that. Ash Adamy, wishing you best of luck. What's your long-term plan? College degree, apply to companies, self-learn, freelance. So no. First of all, I appreciate you wishing me best of luck. My long-term plan is just kind of continue what I'm doing. No college degree. Don't think it's really necessary in this field these days. Apply to companies. I don't know. I'm deciding. I low-key want to work for kind of a bigger company just to kind of get a feel and understanding, get some experience in that route. But I also know me. I know I'm not going to enjoy that kind of field. So I had been kind of applying to some startups, and actually I've been working for some startups in a contract basis. But other than that, I've been doing a lot of like, you know, just freelancing and trying to build that out. And other than that, like my long-term plan is, you know, freelance, maybe work for a startup, startup or two, and then, you know, build some applications that people actually use. I've actually launched my own SaaS right there, greenlight.co over there in the corner if you want to check that out. So building that out, and hopefully if I can get a, you know, sustainable MRR, which is, you know, monthly revenue return on that, and build something that people actually use, then I can just do what I want. Quite honestly, that'd be the ideal route. The ideal route is I built an application that people actually use, and that can support me to do whatever else I want to do. That would be the dream. Other than that, I would be interested in working for some, you know, startups, but giant companies, probably not. Just some dude. College degree is a joke. Probably less than 10% is required to apply. Beyond that, it's all about how you speak in an interview. Yeah, I think if you can show, you know, competency, and obviously a lot of your interviews, especially tech interviews, are going to require you to kind of show that anyways. If you can actually show that you know what you're doing, I think that's just as valuable as anything else. And I think, you know, having production level applications has actually gotten me a lot of attention and some work already, just from the simple fact that I've literally proven what I could do, at least from a freelancer standpoint. I've literally had people be like, wait, did you build this? And like, oh, I'm interested in something like this and like that. And like, I've gotten work from that as well. So I think if you can build some like actually production level projects, that's going to help you get work as a freelancer. So that's also what I've been doing. Simon Carlson, college can be good for fundamentals, just the fact that you're given a framework. I didn't have to pay though, and don't think I would, but I saw it as like a break to practice stuff. Okay. Just figuring out what you need to is just to be a lifetime learner. If you want to good at it, you will. Going to school doesn't change that. I mean, like most things in America, the degree at some point became less about what you actually learned from the degree and more so just proof that you can finish something and that you can apply yourself to something. That's literally what it was. And it was just a way for employers to exclude people from the jump. If you didn't have a degree, we don't even need to consider you. That's basically what it was used for. It's just a gate, honestly. MZ, pros and cons, can only speak to my own experience. I dropped out of college to take up a full-time web dev role and been doing it for 12 years now. Okay. So I'm across the shore, but for me personally, I was working in a call center in Sweden. Paid you go uni about 1,000 US per month for 3 years to just practice. So I thought that was a good deal. I mean, look, if you're getting paid to go to university and they cover it, there's absolutely no reason not to. There's no reason not to, but that is not how it works in America. And worse in America is you're going to have to struggle, either get a scholarship if you're lucky, get grants, or pay out of pocket, which is going to lead to massive loans and debt. So America, it's definitely a trade-off in terms of getting a degree because of the cost that goes into it these days. Colleges are insanely priced, and just for a lot of people, it's definitely questionable whether it's the route to go. But overseas in Europe, a lot of countries that cover your education for you, which, you know, I'm all for. Yeah, why wouldn't you? Why not? It's kind of like the same way. I have relatives in the military, and they take full advantage of their GI Bill that covers their education because at that point, why wouldn't you? All right, so this is pending invitations. I'm checking my invitations and checking if a user is there, and you already have pending invitation, please accept. So then come here, should be updated as well as pending invitation. Cool. I'm just gonna return that here. Cool. So if you have pending invitation, you shouldn't see this. Raymond Carlson, yeah, they come follow us. Government took my dinner. Come to the US, man. Ain't no insurance. Everything is out of pocket, man. Like, shit is out of pocket, bro. Like, our whole system's fucked. You're gonna pay for everything. You're going to go to school. You're gonna pay out the pocket for that, and it's gonna be crazy interest rates. So you're gonna be paying almost double what you would have anyways. You want insurance, you're gonna come out of pocket for that $200-300 a month, and it's gonna be shitty anyways. Yeah, nah. Over here, America is very predatory in terms of stuff like that. And being in Europe, I definitely noticed the differences. I can tell you that. All right, so that's scoped out. Let's just implement phase 5 and 6 should be the same. I'm gonna need to update my create to add that switch. Let's come here. All right, so I already have it kind of gated. So let's see my invitations. Jack Dexter, go to my members, switch here. Let's go to my collective. All right, so I don't see that button. And then more account, let's come here. All right, as you see, I have the invitation waiting for me for this, but then if I come here, I shouldn't see that button. I don't. Oh, I just realized I gotta think of something now. All right, I just thought of an edge case. So if I follow I'll have to think of that. Sam Z, US looking clean. I appreciate that. I put a lot of time into it, definitely. I've always said, like, I'm definitely design coded more so than anything else. I gotta see it first and put a lot of time into like getting this as clean as possible, and I think I did a pretty good job. All right. All right, let's switch back to him. Let's go to this profile, check my collectives. Have to consider that if I want to add a follow button or not. All right, and implement 5 and 6. fully active. No valid requests restricted. Open helper for what? That's unnecessary. Let's remove that. All right, add it to my crate and then badge. What's this for? Yeah, don't need that. All right, so I do need to update this. Let's come here. Say I want to go to my crate and then all right. Let's add that one last part. It's gonna create and then it's gonna be right after this. Let's add it to do wire up card with switch. Toggle open. All right, let's do this. This to do. All right, cool. Fable 200 over there on Twitch, man. What's up? What's going on? Thanks for joining the stream. It's pretty good. Pretty good. How's it going? How's your day going? When did I release Greenlight.co? Damn, when did I release it now? I want to say it went officially live 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, probably about 2 to 3 weeks ago. It went live, so yeah, it's live now. If you checked it out, man, appreciate that. You said it's pretty great, so it seems like you checked it out. Appreciate it. What do you think about it? Yeah, so I would say about 2 weeks. If I think whoever was there, 2 to 3 weeks. What's it about? It's a project client kind of management SaaS. It's basically a system to manage a client from start to finish. If anybody's been a freelancer, it can understand how kind of frustrating that process can be. That was kind of the birth of the idea in the first place, was doing jobs for people. It's very frustrating to kind of go back and forth and dig through emails and different threads and communicating with other people that you might be working with. So my solution was basically this, a project kind of management system that allows you to invite a client into your process, and then from one timeline, handle all communication, handle all task management, handle notes. You can invite other members to join. So basically it's a way for freelancers, agencies, others, people that are very like client focused and do contracting work specifically, to manage a kind of project all in one timeline. You get full kind of transparent history and full, context and understanding about what's going on. So everybody that's involved has an ability to see what's going on. To be real, like it kind of started for my dad's business. He has a business and I do a lot of work for him, and his process sucked. If you work with like a lot of older people that have businesses, their process sucks, and trying to get other people involved and understanding about what's going on can be an absolute fucking headache. So while that's doing it, I'll show some of you that haven't seen my app. Let me go to my test site though. So basically this is it. This is the Greenlight app. This is what it is. A client delivery system is the best way I can describe it. It's basically a place to handle onboarding, projects, and tasks, organized messaging, and you get full transparent timelines, and basically the whole approval and denial. Basically how you ping pong back and forth, which is normally handled in emails, and which I absolutely hate emails and hate communicating with people that way, especially like in a professional kind of setting, because it can be very hard to track down clients sometimes that way and track down what needs to be done and whatever. This way kind of eliminates all that kind of guesswork. Let me sign into this. So yeah, so when you come here, basically this is your kind of dashboard, or you can get a clear understanding, like whatever tasks need to be done, whatever projects you have currently. Your workspaces basically is what you define for like your business, whatever, all your kind of workspace details and all that stuff. And you get an overview of all your kind of projects, spinning projects, notes that you can leave for each other, tasks, you can manage members and stuff like that. But in general, yeah, it's a way to basically run a project from start to finish, whether you're communications, back and forth, tasks, assignments, waiting for them to do things that you need to be done. And then, like I said, if you have work with multiple people within a workspace, you can have like, they can get full context. So when they sign in to things, they can see everything that's been done and not need to kind of like, constantly kind of ask for updates or see what's being done or see what needs to be done. It's just a way for everybody involved for a project to get full context. So yeah, that launched probably like 2 to 3 weeks ago. It took me about 2 months, I would say in total, to like kind of really get it up to snuff and get it at a level that was happy with. You said, Fabe, what's up? You said, well, that sounds great and interesting. I don't think it currently fits for me, but it could be nice. I mostly communicate from WhatsApp with clients when I build websites or do graphic design. Okay. I think if you can have WhatsApp and migration, I'm assuming it would be good. Hope it will succeed. I appreciate that. And I don't know, you might actually find it enjoyable. If you communicate from WhatsApp, it's as simple as sending a link to somebody and they basically get full access to everything that needs to be done. I use it for all my projects currently, and it's definitely a game changer for me. I don't need to keep track of everything. I don't need to dig through emails. I don't need to dig through messages. I just go to one project timeline and I see everything that's been done or it needs to be done. And it alerts everybody when something's been done. So when client completes a task, I get automatic notifications. I don't know. You might find it useful. It's free to use right now. So give it a whirl, give it a spin. I have people using it now, but I'm always need more people kind of testing it and let me know what you think. So you might find some use from it. If you do, let me know. All right. Membership mode. Choose whether creators can join freely or only through invitation. And updated my validations. Added it to this form. And updated it in my API to add that organization data for creation. All right, so let's test this out. Let's go music heads. Let's make my username just that. Let's go next. Links, membership mode. Choose whether creators can join freely or only through invitation when enabled. All right, let's just make this the default. Let's go to my schema. Default true, actually. Just gonna create. that form. It's just default tutor. All right. Fable 200 602. I don't plan on using it. Sorry, also I am not speaking English as my native language, so telling people I work with to use it is a headache because of language barrier, and I'd like to make the client use as much little things that he is not familiar. But again, I wish you look. That's cool. I mean, don't hurt my feelings, then. Like, I appreciate you checking it out. All right, so that defaulted to true. All right, so it's on. I probably don't actually need to update my schema, so I don't need to generate anything. All right, so let's try a different account. Let's go. See what users I got. All right, so let's switch to go to manage. Say I want them to join. All right, so I know what I had to do. I need to update this. Make this autosave. I need this to autosave. Pending. All right, cool. All right, so let's see what updated If intent equals update membership, update the DB, use a membership fetcher. So then if membership data success, launch that toast. If false, toast error, intent equals update membership. On membership toggle. Just this one. Set it and then launch the form. All right, cool. So then I will come in here and let's come here. Membership settings updated. Just refresh. It's weird. All right, that was weird. I don't know if y'all can see that. It's like jumping. It's weird. Let's investigate that. It's a weird one. I don't think I've ever seen that one. All of them are jumping now. What the hell? That's weird. All right, that's weird. That's a weird one. See if I can't figure out what's going on here. Definitely some weird padding going on. Let's try that. I think I figured out. It was like SpaceX 2 or something that was causing it. I don't know why. Yeah, that was the problem. All right, so let's come to edit profile. That's gonna be my account settings. Let's come here. X2. All right, go. All right, so now when I switch, should be no more jumping. All right, cool. Let's switch back. All right. Now it should auto save and update without needing to click save changes for this. Membership settings updated. Refresh. Stay the same, which is good. Maybe clean up that. It's my select. Do that for now. All right. Find out. Let's go to let's add another account. Let's come here. What is my account? Let's come here. All right, so let's just reset this. All right, so now let's try this again. Come here, so switch. Let's add this account. Let's come here. All right, and let's go. This has now been updated to be open. I should see this right here. Join collective, and I do. Come here. Update this though. Let's go to layout. All right, is joining. Let's do that. Otherwise, let's add a plus. Make user plus. right, cool. Now let's put you. All right, cool. Now let's give you a different variant though. Let's go. Great. Now hover should not be. Hmm. Primary, foreground, primary. Nope, let's go. What is that color? BG primary. All right, we'll do that right now. And come here. Got it, you joined. So now it's in here. All right, let's make sure. Let's update. Let's update his profile. Let's just make it look a little bit better. Let's go. All right, let's update you. All right, so now when I go click this, I should see it in my list, and I do. I was able to join, come to your members, and I'm in here. I can leave as well. Oh, something's not happening. But if I refresh, all right, something's not going. All right, so let's check this update. Session and his member. All right, This button. Firing when a user joins an open membership. All right, let's figure out that problem. But I should be able to leave, but I can't. But then if I switch back, let's say here, I should get this notification that somebody joined. Then I got it. See right here. When I switch into anonymous, I should also get that as well. And I do. All right, so it's firing properly and it's actually adding it. So if I go to my members, it's in here. I have full control. Last thing I need to figure out is why. Here, let's come here. Why it wasn't letting me leave. Oh, I must not have wired it up. That's why. All right. There it is to launch the all right. All right. So I literally forgot to wire up the button. That was a problem. I wasn't missing it, but come here. Unlisted. Can leave. Cool. So now on the button should be the confirm dialog with the button as the trigger. With the actual function. All right, so let's try that again. Leave. Removed. Removed. Come here to collectives. Removed. Let's check this one more. I don't know if I should delete that notification or not, but I probably will. Nah, I'm not gonna wire that up. Let's just do this. Updated, cool. Let's leave. All right, let's try this again. Now I shouldn't be able to see this. All right, yeah. So I shouldn't be able to see this button. All right. So one last edge case I really need to think about is, let's say a user follows a collective ahead of time and then they eventually join it. Will that cause conflicts with my following feed? So I'm gonna tell it to check for that. Can you for this edge case user follows collective user no, I know what I need to do. I need to wire this up differently. Okay, I need to when a user joins a collective, it should be removed as a follower of that collective. Avoiding potential conflicts. Yeah, can you investigate this and show me gaps? All right, so what I was going to do, because as it currently stands, a user can follow a collective that they're not a member of, but that can cause potential conflicts down the line in terms of, let's say I follow and then I become a member. I have certain routes that are based on whether you are a part of that member, but then also follow different actions. So you can definitely cause some conflicts, unintended conflicts and issues. So what I'm going to do to work around that is I'm going to find that following record when a user joins. And before I basically make them a member, I'm going to delete that follow record and then make them a member. So let's just do that. Let's wire that up. Just little edge case issues that might not ever be an issue, but you never know. All right, if something is not like tomorrow. Add follower cleanup immediately after successful integration and open join endpoint. Invitation acceptance hook. Centralizing the shared helper. All right, implement this with the shutup. This patch with. All right, so it's gonna fill that gap in. So if a user is following, but then they later on become a member, they're gonna delete that follow record. And if they are invited and accept the invitation, they'll also remove that following record. And that would be the biggest gap of issue there. Why does it say it's not there? Server. Oh, I'm getting there. All right, here's the helper created. Remove collective follower from member. Where user ID equals user ID and equals ID. Pass it along here after successful join. And same in here. Let's see, right here. All right, what's going on though? All right, so let's test this. All right, it's gonna go ahead and follow you and then open you up. Now let's switch. And now switch. I can look into, should have one follower right here. Why is that so much different? Let me care. Follow button. Is following. Secondary than a default. All right, let's figure this out. Let's go to layout. Is following should be default, honestly. What's going on? All right. Let's see. Default. Variance default. Why is this variant default? Why they look so different? What's going on here? Is following. BG secondary. All right, I think I got it. I don't know what that was. All right, so then text should be all right. If it's not following, then is following default is following. Otherwise, it's kind of weird. I don't know why I did it like that. Secondary. All right, there we go. But then let's clean this up. Yeah. You are following. All right, that's better. All right, let's come here. Let's go to app. Primary. That don't look right. Oh, here it is. Okay, so let's come here. Primary. Let's come here. All right, let's check this again. Dark enough. Let's come here. Primary hover. It is. All right, that's what it is. Where? Come back here. Down a little bit. Primary. Bring it down even more. Too little. All right, it's better. All right, let's come here. Join. All right, dark. All right, cool. Now let's make sure its delay mode is the same. And it's not like I thought. All right, let's come here. Button is default, which all right, so let's come to the button. Let's figure out what's going on. Default BG primary. Let's go hover. Know what it is. There's no BG hover in the root. Primary hover. Let's bring you down. Put you here. Let's try that. All right, that's better. These are way too bright though. It's following. All right, let's clean this up. Let's come secondary hover. This is weird because this is secondary. Let's use some of these. Yeah, all right, it's way too bright. Let's come here. Then perfect. It's actually fine. It's this one. Wait, which button is that? Here. Button is outline. Okay. All right, so discover. All right, so yeah, I gotta do some styling and fixes that. I didn't think I was gonna have to do, but this ain't it. All right, let's clean some of this up. Let's come to let's come here. Where is my share dialog? I gotta figure out. I forget how I did this because in my collections, my buttons are fine. Why is it like that? And then if I switch, now those are outline. Okay, that's what I want to do. Come to Alright, that's weird. Let's just. This is. And. Follow button is default. Parent default. Damn, I can't figure out how I want to do this. Worry about that design stuff later. All right. Should remove that follower, and it does. Cool. I leave. Should say follow once again. Let's go follow, and then when I go switch to here, switch to my collective. Send them an invite. Station. Send you as an admin, and then let's switch. I don't know why it's not keeping track of this, but I'm here. Now, when I go to my invitations, see that they've invited me to join, and I am following it. I don't see that button to join because I have an invitation, but let's come here and let's go here. Go to accept. Should remove that follower. All right, and I did, so it works. And now I'm admin, so I can manage. Let's go ahead and leave. I go back. I get that same button. All right, cool. I'm just gonna clean up some of these buttons later on, but then let's go ahead and create my own. Let's go. Music. Just create this. Let's come here. Let's leave the membership open. It's great. Now when I come back, I should be able to join this as this person. Can see, I can follow. I should get that notification. Let me see. I got it. He started following. Cool. Go to my collectives. See my followers. I want to come into manage. Should see him here, and I do. Cool. When I delete this, so delete. Shouldn't be there anymore. and it's not. Cool. All right, we'll try one more time. Let's come back to. Let's come here. Great. This time it's not have you be able to join. Switch. I can't join. Cool. But if I come switch, manage, turn you on. Let's go switch back. Should be able to see it now. Let's go here. I got that join. Cool. Let me make sure you can. Delete things. Come here. Let's come here. Act as this collective. Create a couple test posts to make sure it deletes properly. So 3. Let's go to note. Let's come here. And then this is a test. This is a test. Let's publish that. Do a couple more. Let's grab a picture. Let's publish that. Let's create another one. Let's create a link. All right, let's create is serve club, no perfect conditions. Let's post that. All right, so all these posts are here. Now when I come in and actually delete this, I should get rid of all these posts naturally. With my membership should be destroyed as well. Should be removed as a member. Let's try that. Posts are gone. Membership is gone. Cool. All right, doing pretty good. So delete the followers. I gated against that. All right, that's pretty much it. Last things I need to do on this kind of front is basically add some preferences in terms of settings, user settings, invitations, email, stuff like that. Just extend that to this new feature set. And then I also need to add some skeletons for all of my different cards that I created for invitations and collectives and members. And then it's pretty much it. I mean, the one last major thing I want to do for a collective is basically the main purpose of it is cross posting, which I decided I'm going to extend fully to a collaborations feature. So not only can a user cross post with a collective, but they'll be able to collaborate and cross post with anybody on the site. I knew I was going to eventually do it, so I might as well just extend this functionality to its own set and allow both users and collectives access to it. So that's going to be a pretty major refactor. So I'm going to do that on another time. But in terms of like collective, it's pretty much wired up. I'm going to tighten some things up security wise and leakage wise, and then make sure give users access to control their preferences in terms of what notifications they receive, what emails they receive and stuff like that, and who can invite them and things like that. But pretty much it. I'm gonna stop there for today and do some things offline, but that's it for today's stream. Appreciate y'all for hopping in here and joining in and chatting and whatnot. Continue to keep building, keep growing, keep doing things, keep checking in, definitely making progress. So I appreciate y'all. Peace.
marijuana. the suppression, the use of marijuana.
Come on.